I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Let me double check. You turned down this great album. Let me fuck with that first. Let me make sure I got everything. I'm pretty sure I got everything. I hit all the things on there. I hit all the things on my computer. On my computer. I was gonna pull up one more thing, but it's we're doing something different because I had thought about this fairly recently, given how I'm working on a variety of things. Seeing as of that I've started animation, which is going to take a lot more time. I don't want to stop drawing just to stop drawing, and we've gotten some topics recently that I'm definitely going to want to look into, though as moving forward, I would also like to potentially get people's input on things they'd want to see me to draw. So hopefully Mondays are just going to become art day for a while now, so Morshu reads the Bible, the entire Bible. Who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible? And who wrote the Bible? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. And don't worry, Dave will come back. No, don't worry. We're not stopping Dave the Diver. That's not gonna happen. Don't worry. I'm not stopping Dive the Daver. We haven't stopped this. We're just moving it to another day where I think it'll be much more appropriate. And as I have continued to grow and kind of think about the things that I want to work on in my life and my time and how I want to use my life and my time, I would like there to be more of a Dave is no. Well, Dave is dead. He's died. Dave has died. More like Dave the Dyer. Am I right, guys? No, he'll come back. We'll do more Dave the Diver probably on Wednesdays now, because well, I Delta Force was done, and then I really did only something last week to try to do something, and then my stream died. Who fucking cares? To which hopefully I need to give a call. I haven't heard anything since last week, but I'm going to call my the place that I got to say like, oh yeah, we could do that with my stuff, and hopefully I can start, getting my laptop fixed. I'm hoping. We're gonna start. We're gonna try to start. I was gonna say, did I freeze it already? Did I already freeze it? 16. I don't know why this is the canvas size I like for square canvas. It's just 16 by 16. I don't know. I think it's a solid amount of pixels and it's a solid amount of space and it doesn't explode your shit. It doesn't explode my shit, anyways. So today, we're gonna do something, and I'm gonna try something. If anybody has been watching, I did a little thing. And I want to try something that I was seeing other artists do. What we're going to do is either A, I'm going to sketch this here, or I'm going to try something. I really do want to try something. But before I do that, I need to find it. I need to find it on my computer. So we're going on an adventure. Nobody judge how I sort anything on here. This is important stuff. Don't read anything that I could hide the screen, but I think it's funnier this way because as far as I know, I have nothing inappropriate that would get me in trouble. There we go. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put this here, and I want to try a couple of different things. Either A, I want to try utilizing this as a direct reference and just putting it to the side, or B, trying it as a sketch reference where I draw over it. So we'll see. Oh no. But what I want this to be is a portrait. I want this to be a portrait no matter what. So that's wide. I want them wider. And no matter what, I want this maybe here-ish. We're going to tone down the opacity. And today is going to kind of be a little bit of a test of learning some things that I've been learning recently regarding, just my art style in general. I also want to try to do an aesthetic homage and style, so we're going to look up a reference. Let's go to the Disco Elysium. Portraits. And I want to try to make a final drawing kind of in that style, or at least something similar. I'm trying to go back to learning how to do a lot of that, because a lot of this character and the things I have in mind are kind of inspired by that kind of like portrait design anyways, but I want it to be, my kind of head shapes. Also, hi, Creeper. And hi, Kappa. I know it's always weird when people come in before I've started. I always like respond to them, and I forget to say so. Hi, everybody. I'm bad about that. I'm sorry. But we're gonna just get right into this, and I think as far as I'm concerned, I want this to be a sketch layer anyways. So we're gonna start with this. One of the things I don't know if I don't want it to be a straight on. I definitely don't want it to be a straight on portrait. And we're just kind of experiment with some stuff here. And one of the things I want to get better at a little bit is really trying to just kind of do a little bit better trying to capture certain kinds of things. I think I sometimes get a little caught up in certain ways. And what I need to do first is with my sketch, I need to focus on making my sketch very bare bones. I think I sometimes get a little too I'm trying to get better at making the sketch faster. That makes sense, because the sketch doesn't need to look good, it needs to look functional. And that's actually something that I found doing this recent work is I really did a good job, I would argue, getting in a character very quickly who honestly when I started sketching this, I was like, "Oh my god, I've run out of space on my page. I've never done that before." Not never, but it's not common that I will run out of space for a drawing. Like, I usually find that I usually like will spend way too much time on a single part of something, and this time I just went, it's a sketch. It's a sketch. The intent is to try to get as much down as I possibly can. And for once, I was like, oh my god, I like don't have enough space. Which was weird. I had never experienced that before. I really hadn't. Not recently. Not with most of my sketches. Because I think that I spend a little bit too much time on a single subject sometimes. But as of lately, I've been way more design oriented to try to not necessarily in like not necessarily fix my art, but make it way more way less time or way more effective, I guess, if that makes sense. Like have a very I'm trying to think about how to do things where I draw it to get like certain elements down correctly and then clean them up later. Because that's something weird to admit, is like that's something about sketching that was never really instilled with me very well, is that your sketch should be just getting the groundwork laid is what a sketch should be to get all the parts that you want to work, which I'd never thought about before. Absol. It oh no, I drew Absol. I didn't mean to draw Absol. That's funny. Well, turns out I wasn't a cowboy, but actually just a Pokemon all along. Stuck down here in the heart, getting his shit wrecked. And for those who don't know, if you haven't been following, this is for actually a project that, I'm officially going to say that we're working on, you haven't seen, and I will also utilize this as encouragement for people that if you like this design and want to know the context of what this is from, everyone go check out the VODs for the Heart campaign. I feel like we have something that I've been wanting to explore for quite some time anyways, which is our D&D, our RPG experience. And the Heart is been a very, very fun game that Sean has been sharing. I'm so glad that, not only was he open to streaming it, it was actually his idea. I'm glad that he did that because I have been wanting us to try to do like a more live, showy thing like that. And I hope that people like it because one of the things that I appreciate doing about it is that the game is very much what, at least what I like about it, very much a kind of like stress test on what we were able to do. And I think there's a lot more that we can do with it that I would definitely want to do for it. Like, and start making, making more things for it, making more assets, stuff like that. Muscles and shit. Well, the thing to remember about muscles that I've had to learn, the thing that I've had to learn is that muscles muscles are packets of bullshit. They just kind of have their own shape. You just got to draw them that way. I want to thicken up his face. But Luther isn't. Luther is kind of much more of a like. He's not skinny. He's not necessarily skinny. Just a very tired looking guy. And this is where I want to like get much better at my sketches, being a little bit more just like informative to what I want out of the drawing. This is where I go, God dang it, I need to fix my screen. Means I need to grab this. If one don't work, I switch to the other. And then I use that for a while until my hand hurts. Hey, Storm Raven. Welcome. I know it ain't Dave the Diver, but doing something. We doing something. This is for. This is the boy. This is the boy. I liked that line. But this is my character from the Heart campaign, and I plan on what I really want to do, but I might hold off a little bit. I've done a little bit of art for all of our character. I started with my character because I am a selfish bastard, but you gotta start somewhere. Um, but I. Mm, want flow to go down? Yeah. No. Well, it didn't do what I wanted to. Ooh. Never. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I went to college. So I went to college for geology, right? Like, I went to college for something completely different, honestly. But I've always had an interest in drawing, and especially drawing character designs and character art. Back in my day, one of the first character things that I ever did was I actually drew a lot of character concepts for a game that I was super involved in, actually, just as like a community member. A game that maybe some people remember, maybe some don't, called Primal Carnage. Game that I learned about in late high school to college, and I got really involved in the Primal Carnage forums. Actually, it was one of what I like to call my formative internet stomping grounds. Like, it's where between that and Spore, it's where I really got a lot of my more well-known notoriety on the internet. I would say, like, that's where I really started getting a certain amount of like credit, right? Like, I think that, you know, I would not be here if it weren't for places like the Spore forums and Primal Carnage, and because my first real foray in even getting involved in character design and character development from a gameplay standpoint actually came from there. And I drew like a character design for, because they had like a section of their forum that was like fan art and like game ideas and stuff like that. And like it genuinely was something that I really enjoyed doing and got like a little bit of attention. Like, it never got implemented in the game, but it was something that was like I at least was like, I wasn't like speaking to them as somebody who was working on the game, but like I remembered being having my first experience like getting to know like a developer on a personal level, because we would talk to the developers on the forum and stuff. I don't know if that's much a thing anymore. Maybe it is. I'm sure that game developers, especially small indie groups, still have like, you know, stuff like that, but I've kind of made myself a challenge here with the mouth that I don't know how to feel about. Keep on, because the idea I have here is that essentially he has a permanent amount of scruff. I think I made his head a little bit thin. I need to make his head a little thicker. We'll see. Keep a copy of Grey's Anatomy just to know how to anatomy. You can draw faces fine, but whenever you draw things like chest or abdomen, it looks very stretched. My biggest advice for that is just you just gotta kind of tool away at it sometimes. I need to make his head a little bit thicker. Faces sometimes can be a challenge for me, but that's just because I think sometimes I get a little stuck in the weeds. Because either a face will work perfectly or a face will like feel like it's just taking forever for me, and then I'll get frustrated. Especially when it comes to something like this, because it's like part of the idea is that I want to, you know, try to capture all the shapes, and the mouth sometimes can be a bit of a pain, especially when I'm doing something more stylistic like this, where I guess I need to think about certain things regarding how his mouth works. regarding the rest of his face. It's hard. Also doesn't help that my pen is breaking again, which can't do anything about that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It also is 50-50. I typically try to err on the side of your style shouldn't be something that perfectly emulates life if it doesn't need to, but it at least needs to like look like something pleasant or good or just like something that can get your attention. Good is subjective when it comes to that, but there is a certain element of like, well, you got to do something. You got to do something. You also can't just use your style as an excuse. I still maintain that whilst it is their style, one of my go-to examples of I cannot forgive you is like early Toho art, because early Toho art is fucking ugly. Their character designs are ugly. That doesn't mean that they're bad character designs, actually, though. I actually think that Toho has grown a lot, and I like a lot of Toho fan art, don't get me wrong. So, like, it is also something to be said that sometimes you just gotta make a design work. You just gotta make a design that works. Sometimes easier said than done. Like right now, knows why. Kind of having a little bit of a struggle, but also remember, be willing to throw away your art. Something different if it ain't working. Because the goal is to. What I've noticed is like having like done a little bit more kind of like paying attention to what other people do is like if something isn't working, you do have to just erase it and try something different until it works for you. Like you can't get too caught up on trying to make something correct if it just isn't working to begin with. Can you do that a little bit? For me, a lot of my like kind of idea for like sculpting for drawing actually works more into like a sculpting mentality. And that's because that was like actually like that's kind of what I was taught. That was what I was taught because at one point like one of my big eureka moments with art was being told like it's a lot more like sculpting than it is like just drawing something correctly, which I think is like something that's just dependent on like how you've like kind of internalized some artwork, like how you've internalized how you go about a process, honestly. And it's just how you like think about it because I know it's like 50-50. Like doing it kind of quote unquote correct on your first try, it helps save you a lot of time, but sometimes you just gotta tool away at something for a while. what's funny is I was also doing some practice sketches, and I would actually say, like, I really am happy with the design I made for Luther, but I was also practicing some design for Raz, and I'm like a little tenuous to share it with Ari because I'm like, oh man, I feel like I really nailed it, but I don't know if this is what they have in mind for that character. But I might just share it and be like, hey, I have made some fan art based on my interpretation of what your character is, and if you can give me any guidance on what you are looking for, please let me know, because I'm really happy with it, but I don't want to make a design that ultimately isn't the design that they have in mind for their character. Like, I would feel weird if somebody drew Luther in a way that, you know, wasn't the intent. But also, that you know what? Fuck it. I want fan art, and fan art has a certain amount of personal. Sometimes fan art is just what you think something looks like, and that's fine. And the struggle I'm kind of having here is, hey, that's more of a mouth. Hey, that's more of a mouth. Hey, Minus. I'm currently using a program called Fresco, which is kind of Adobe's attempt at a drawing program. Um, uh, though I am curious about using Photoshop again, mainly just because there's some things that Fresco can't do, and don't think. It really doesn't have a filters function like Photoshop does. And very recently, I I've been experimenting more with working with curves and stuff for colors. And last night I was hanging out with Sean, and we were just kind of like sitting around powwowing, listening to things, watching things, and I was working on a little bit more like kind of character art for the Heart campaign. And I was there's a thing about the setting of Heart where uh the character that I'm playing is in a group called the Hounds, and the Hounds have a medal. They have a medal, and I was like, I'll make it. I feel like I can't remember exactly the description I gave it, but this seems about correct. And then like I gave him like this really simple, just yeah, this is what it looks like. And then as the night went on, I just kept on working on it because I couldn't help myself. And like by the end of it, like by the end of the night, I was like, so I keep on making adjustments to that emblem, to that metal item, and uh this is what I'm at. And like I sent it to him because I was essentially playing with the colors, and I want to wait until, if you want to see that metal, you got to join us probably Friday, cuz then I'll the secrets will be revealed. Um but yeah, no, I finished that metal, and it like has this wild kind of iridescence to it, and like the whole thing. I'm really happy with how it came out. Oh, time to redraw the face again. Earlier art. Sometimes you just gotta keep trying until you're settled with a shape that you like. This is my. What's funny is, even though I've been doing more illustration and been doing more animation, I still sometimes have moments where I'm like, how the fuck did I draw that? Top of that, where the hell? Oh, that's why. God damn it. When did you make... I hate... My goodness, I hate my computer for automatically switching off of something, which it shouldn't have. Essentially, it's saying Chrome is not my default, which is really frustrating. Pen's still not working. This sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and I don't know what gets it to work, but sometimes my pen will fight me, and then sometimes my pen will be like, yeah, I want to work today. And I'm like, okay. Good thing I do have this backup. That was weird. It's a good thing I have this backup. Now watch it break. Seemingly no reason. I'm kind of trying a couple different things. Still not quite happy with the shape of the head. Like I really do have a very discreet, but not like I'm trying not to actually make too complicated of a head shape, if that makes sense. This is also something that I've kind of picked up on that works really well for my style is I like having the eyes go off the head. I like the eyes going off the head. I don't know where I picked that up, but I really like when I can draw the eyes going off the head. I don't know why. God, and I had the mouth. The one thing about the last head rendition was the freaking mouth perfect. Damn it! Ain't that just the way? Hats are also kind of their own beast. Hats can be difficult, I think, sometimes. All right, that's a little bit better. A little bit better. So ultimately, what I want to get to, as far as this design is concerned, is I really want to clean up the portrait design. So this is just the sketch so far. Maybe the hat needs to go down a little bit, maybe. Want to? I don't. Okay. Yes, I know what a wand is. Not wish to use the wand. I know what a wand is. Thank you. Yes, I know what a wand is. Thank you. Hmm. Might need to do a little bit of visualization of the head. That's weird. If I hit that button, man, I find new and incredible ways to slow down and break my shit. It's very odd. Gotta be careful not to hit that. Like a thing on this. So I'm using an older tablet right now. I'm using an older Wacom, like just a etching tablet, essentially, is what it is. I need to go lighter. Need to get the shapes right. I've messed up some of the shapes. This is now. See, this is the pain that I run into sometimes. Is like when I'm working on like something like this, I'm just like, how did I get it right the first time? How did I get it right? How did I get it so good that one time? But that's where I'm trying to get a little bit better at like not letting that keep me from trying, I guess, if that makes sense, and be willing to do more stuff like that. Or I'm just like, screw it, try something different. Not working, try something different. Have this. There, maybe? Try that there, maybe? Oh, shoot. It's on the wrong layer. I will say overall, goddamn, if I didn't have this backup tablet, I would be a lot worse for wear. Though I do need to give a call out to the place that I was talking to be like, okay, are my parts in? Because I really could use that, you know. I really could use it, you know. Really tired of my busted shit. Really tired of my busted shit, that's for damn sure. That's a little bit better. The idea I have with this guy is that it's not that he has his eyes closed, it's that his eyes are like barely open. Going for a very like Brock in that kind of respect. Move his head up, I think. He ain't got a neck. He ain't got a neck. There. I want to do a couple more things. I kind of want to make his head a bit longer, too. That's better. Funny is I still think that this has different proportions, but that's fine. Than my reference material, which that's always the hard part for me is like keeping stuff like that consistent sometimes. Tough man. Tough man. That looks a little bit small. Yeah. Something more like that, maybe. Is it big hat? Is the hat too big? I can't tell. I also want him to be kind of characterized as like generally speaking, like he's always like a little smug or a little just genuinely like a little bit more. He got a smile only anyone but a mother could love, whatever that means. I don't even know what I mean by that. All right, that's looking better. That's looking better. I like that. Maybe a little bit, yeah, a little bit wider. That maybe back a little bit more. Oh God, the mower. I definitely think I got the face. I think I find. See, this is why you gotta sometimes just mess with something, man. This is why you sometimes just gotta mess with it until you're happy with it. which I've come to learn is something I need to be better about, is be willing to like make those kind of like aesthetic changes to be like, okay, that's more like it. This is why I gotta like I'm a big proponent of like drawing. Don't get me wrong. I think it's an important aspect to any kind of illustration that you're gonna do. Like I do believe that to a certain extent, you need to be willing to do some shape and body study. And when it comes to, so like it was mentioned earlier, muscles, that's something you gotta just kind of like, one of the big things to understand about muscles is muscles kind of like are independent little packets. They're little independent packets, and you got to remember that. Give him T-Rex arms. This may be a little bit bigger. Yeah. I do feel like I picked up on something regarding the that kind of like style of like, okay, I really like being able to block in stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe that. Also like gloves. I love drawing gloves. I don't know if I love drawing gloves. I just love characters with gloves. I think it's less of a I like drawing it, more of just like it's a character detail I like giving as people with gloves. I like drawing gloves, or I like when a character got cool gloves. Metal's gonna go. These go horizontally. I had to remember how exactly the little like, I don't know what those are called, like the little shoulder loops, the shoulder loops. Mr. Clean. Sorry, I missed all that. Uh, uh, Interesting. I'm so sorry, guys. I was really involved and distracted by my work. That said, yeah, I'm liking, I'm definitely liking the way this portrait is coming out. There we go. I also like, I've always been a big fan of this. I like making characters who are much more, I don't want to say simple. They're not simple necessarily. They're just not, I don't like over designed characters very much. I like very uniform characters. I don't mean that like they use a uniform. I don't know. I don't like them to have too much stiff. Human Hydrate Man would either be bald, have the best hair of any man ever had, yeah. Well, he would be handsome, of course. He would be handsome. He would look good. I think I got most. What's funny is I think I finally figured out the face. I'm glad I finally figured out the face. God, that took me a hot second, didn't it? That's sometimes what happens, man. You just like have to erase it 8 times before you finally get the face you want. All right. Now, I'm gonna try. I need to go to this. I need to find a brush. They've got a very pastel-y. I like pastels. A soft pastel. Do that. And I'm trying to decide, do I want it to... Let's try just doing line art with it. Do I want to start with line art or not, is what I'm trying to decide. And I think I do want to start with line art, given my style. Before I start rendering. Because again, the idea is, like, I want it to invoke the same kind of feel, but it's, like, still... I do like how this works a little bit. See how much I like that, but this definitely, I like this style that this process that I have, I'll admit it, I cooperated. Listen, it's a good strategy. Not my fault it works really well. Been watching a lot of artists recently, what can I say? There we go. I have no clue what's going on in this mix, and I'm just gonna let it go. Oh, nice. Are you being a creator or a destroyer? You have to decide. There's only two. Mario Maker is one of those things that I know if I would have gotten into it, I would have really gotten into it. And on one hand, I'm glad that I have a backup, but I just want to use this pen and it's just not working today. As I've said before, screen repair can't come too soon. Ooh, I do like this charcoal. I do like this pastel, though. It's very much my style. Ah, still breaking. Still breaking. Truly is unknowable when it will just work and just break. Title screen has 10 playable levels that can show up with the opening game, and you're making harder versions of the title screen levels? Gotcha. You monster. People are gonna be like, oh, these are just the starting ones, and you're gonna be one of those guys who's... They're gonna be convinced that there must be a hidden, easy way to beat it, because... Fuck. I've heard about that. Like, I don't know which is worse. The Ozu levels that genuinely exist, or the fact that people have to do that as like kind of a gotcha. But I mean, that's... Ain't that just the way? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. This feels like an MF Doom. This feels like MF Doom, even though it isn't. It's not. I haven't heard this mix in a long time, and I'm glad we're playing it now. It's appropriate. God, I just want this pen to work so bad. I just want this pen to work so bad. Yeah. It definitely has something to do with the screen, because I just felt the screen like click into something, and I'm like, and now the pen is working better, and I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, it was just the screen. Makes sense, given the way that it's been behaving. I need to... some adjustments to the head. Hmm. There we go. You can't publish them. You don't have a Nintendo Online subscription. Ah, I gotcha. Oh, that's fun. You and your friends. Your friends suffer. Nah, there's some cool Mario Maker stuff out there. It isn't all just suffering. I know that's a big meme. I know that's a big part of like at least the impression I get is an element of just like making levels that are goddamn fucking hard, man. I will say I've done a pretty good job with this. There's some stuff I want to redo maybe, but we'll see. Definitely want that there. Want there to be I like little details, but not like a ton. I like little details, but not like a ton. That I'm gonna have to look up. Spoilers. Might get to see a little bit of the medal anyway. You might get to see a little bit of the medal anyways. Wait, how did it switch it? How did it switch back to the pencil? What? There we go. Maybe more like that. Ah, no, I've given him a little bit of a butt chin. That's not. He ain't got a butt chin. He ain't got a butt chin. More that I use this program though. God damn, I have to give it credit. They did a good job for how it handles certain kinds of mediums. It definitely feels good to draw in. Trying to think of wrinkles. Wrinkles is something that I always get a little stuck on. I've never quite know what to do about wrinkles. Super Mario Maker 2 hasn't had an update in forever, so there's a few cool glitches that still likely remain forever. I mean, I like stuff like that, especially in level editors and game editors when you can find a fun glitch like that that can like actually enhance it, not just break everything. That I always like stuff like that too. I'm trying to think of an example of one that I used to use. Like, I mean, I did a decent amount of Spore, and Spore had a couple things like that, and I'm trying to think of any of them. You could do some truly wacky stuff, honestly. Lets you carry bombs for an indefinite amount of time without them blowing up. Yep, that's cool. Like stuff like that. Like clearly it's not supposed to let you do that, but there's a way to trick the system, and then you can like do some cool, fun stuff with it. Let me see. I can do this here. That. Something like that. Hair going back over? Eh, it works. Out there. What's funny is I think if I'm going for more of a portrait, I need to go maybe a little bit bigger. There. There we go. Why don't we try this? Which color? Good color? Find out. Go with this. How did you switch it back? Now, how did you switch it back? That's not what I. Why do you do that sometimes? I do like this brush style a lot, though. It really fits for what I need it for. I always like doing texture stuff like this, so also got a good interaction with itself, I feel like. It blends really well. Feels like a real pastel, honestly. Impressive. Now we're gonna go with like this. Maybe a little bit more rich. A little bit more red. Yeah. Just a color I like. This is just a color I like. I like this kind of color. Here's what we're gonna do. That didn't work. There's a couple ideas I have with this, but I think I'm just gonna get the colors on for now. What's funny is I think I've heard this audiobook. This is a very good audiobook. I'm gonna go. Guys, it's almost time. Guys, it's almost time. We've been doing our yearly discussions about what we gonna do for Halloween time, everybody. So be excited. We've got some stuff a brewing that we're like. I think it's gonna be an interesting. Every October is always a ride, anyways. Like I love October. We do so much, and this year I have some stuff in mind that I'm just like, oh boy, I hope this all works, because boy, it's gonna be wild. And I imagine that this is like a faded blue. Yeah. I'm gonna turn down the opacity down a little bit because I feel like it comes on a little bit too rich. And that's what I find impressive about this software, is that it really does evoke less of a feeling of like, it really has the feeling of being an art emulator almost, right? Like it does a really good job of emulating that mediums. Do that. Cutting a whole circular cake will make each slice a third of the original. 3 slices would be 99. The other 1% is on the knife. Yes. Maybe? Well, but that's the thing, is technically speaking, you can't perfectly slice something that way, because in reality what's happening is you're slicing 2 33% and then a 34%. One slice is 34%. Just by necessity in nature. Ooh. Yeah. No. I had to think about that. I was like, maybe not that color. Maybe not that color. I do think this is coming out really nicely, though. I want there to be more striking colors. Now, this is just a habit I picked up on line work wise, because like I like line work a lot, so like I just like really like distinct lines. So if I can, I'll go back and like really focus on getting those lines in there. Seems like 30 works a little bit better with this brush too. Then what I'll probably do at some point is go back over and like start doing little splotches, because right now I'm just getting in colors. I did not expect to like make this much progress this quick, by the way. I really didn't. I thought I would be pretty slow going, and I really have tried to pick up a lot more on figuring out how to like not just speed up, but like really solidify like certain parts of my process. Now this is where we get a little bit more painterly. So I gotta finish blocking in the colors. I gotta finish putting in all my colors. This, let's see. Do something really faded. Just gonna, yeah, green? Feeling green? Am I feeling green? Like, I want it to be a dark color. Yeah, I am feeling green. Sorry, I had to make sure I was on the right layer. For a second there, I was like, ah, beans, did I forget? Did I forget again? Always the worst when you do that. You're just like, ah, crud. Ah, crud. That? Make this the same color as the hat. That color. That's the green. Like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. What's funny is this does a really good job of kind of capturing the, like, mesh fabric-y nature I'm going for here. That does really, really well, actually. This is opened up. And what do we want to do a little bit is I need to shrink this down, and I need to start working on a little bit of corner work, I think. And I want to I'm trying to improve like how I think about a lot of my colors. Like where I place them and stuff. Like when they're rich like this and when they're not. I'm starting with the edges here. Kind of get an idea of what to put in. Black. Black. Weird. That kind of worked for just giving him teeth. There we go. There we go. That looks better. Does drinking 5 hour energies give you twice the energy for 5 hours or a normal amount of energy for 10 hours? It's gotta be. Well, it gives you kidney stones, is what it gives you. It's gotta be twice the energy, right? Because it's not like it just resets the timer. It doesn't add on to it. It's a buff that it resets the timer buff. It doesn't give you more of it. I don't believe so. I wouldn't see why it would give you more of it. I think it just resets the timer. So it might depend a little bit on, yeah, the the condition. Add some of that. Now I have this blue. I think I should add lightness. Maybe? No? Something more. That? Then, what I want to do, actually, I need to open up another reference. I have a lot of references. Like I said, I was doing a lot of work last night, actually, just hanging out with Sean. I got a lot of good reference images, and this one is going to be particularly interesting because it is going to be... I'm going to be basing this off my reference image, and the way that I did this was much more difficult, if that makes sense. And I'm going to try something that I've never tried before. Guys, we're working like real artists now. Look at that. Look at that. Here's the first color we're gonna go with. Believe it or not. And it switched me back to the pencil. I don't know why it does that sometimes. That's not what I want it to do. We're gonna just try painting this. We're just gonna try painting this. Because it's gonna do something crazy here in a second. Now what I need is a more copperish tone. I got a really crazy effect working on this that made it look so good and so appropriate for the game, because so much of what I came up with really cemented this feeling like it's made out of something that clearly comes from the depths and from the heart, but is like some metallic substance that is just really weird. And it came out looking so good, like so goddamn good. So I really want to capture that. Like it almost looks like somewhere between like some kind of metal and some kind of like obsidian or opal. Like it really looks truly bizarre in a way that I really like how it came out. Based on like how the light glints off of it. And this is the metal. This is the metal that I use on my character's shirt with some details that I'm really proud of too, that I hope will be visible here in a second. Look at me being a real artist. Look at me being a real artist doing real art things. I've never done this before, actually. This is something new to me. I've never tried to do this. Okay. You need to go down to 20. What I want to do, that has to be the biggest part of it. I want to use an eraser to kind of clean it up. Really, this shouldn't have as thick of lines. Question is, how big do I want this? But I think doing it this size and then maybe resizing it will work better for me anyways. Maybe also putting it on its own layer. Yeah, we'll just... because I need something a little bit more precise anyways. There we go. Now here's the hard thing is going to be like, so I can write this in, right? But I really want it to, I really want to bevel it like I did in the picture. Very hard. These are supposed to be emblem medals of the 33rd that are just kind of scrounged. Probably do here is we'll go this. Oh, you know what? I will try. Nah. I really like the style that I got for the picture, and it just might be too big or too small to capture it. We'll see. I'm gonna try some stuff to see if I can't get the same styling. Because really what I need to do there is... oh boy, I'm gonna have to redesign that now. No! Got more work for me! Arr. Why can't I ever do anything correct on the first try? Now, we'll do that for now. Just to have it there. And I'll decide whether or not I want to do it. Because I want it to be, like, stamped on. And that's going to be the hard part, is getting that to, like, look stamped on. But for now, I really want to capture this, like, really bizarre, almost iridescent design that I was able to capitalize on. There's a lot of really strange things happening with the way that this overlays. I really like it. Like there's even a little bit of blue in the reflection that I think is like, whoa. There's a weird sense of iridescence to it that came out really cool. Now we go with the white. Enjoy lunch. Enjoy lunch. Have a good lunch. Hope you have a good lunch. Then I kind of want to. So this is something I definitely want to see if I have options for, but I doubt I do. Don't. We even have a burn tool. That's the smudge tool. Yeah, I don't think I have a burn in dodge. Unfortunately, I wish I did. That's not what this is for. This is for like if you want to emulate more of a drawing style anyways, so makes sense that there is. So you really do have to kind of like manually adjust a lot of this stuff, which makes sense. In fact, all I need to do is do black, right? And then we go with the lighter. There's our dodge. And I just have to be more careful. I don't know if this is a thing. I wonder if there's a way to lock that. I'm sure there is. Because there's like options to be able to lock the pixel layers so that way you don't draw outside of it. Much finer. Do more of that. Go back in here. Try to clean this up a little bit. I think these lines are a little bit too thick. But I think that's looking much, much better, actually. Now what I do, go through here. I don't know what I would call what I'm doing here is, but it's just kind of adding some texture to stuff. Go with a black. to... Just gonna add ever little bits. Get the lighter. This texturing is actually really satisfying. Enjoying it quite a bit. There, we need to get rid of that. That a little bit thinner. Really, I need to trim down some of those lines because they're just getting they're too big. Actually, big, too thick. And I really want to try to find some more contrast. Piece. That. There we go. Hey, play my music. Come on, YouTube. There you go. If nothing else, I'm getting really, really good practice. Getting a lot more... There. Light red. I just want it to be in. I think I'm getting much better at, like, composition and stuff, I feel like. And I'm really happy with this style, honestly. Like, I feel like I've got a much better solidification on what I can do. What I'm capable of. I need to I really want to try to push certain elements that I sometimes feel like I more or less don't really address as often in my work as I think I should, to try to get it to pump out a little bit better. I think I let my whites get a little... I underutilize my whites sometimes a little bit. I need to blow up my whites. Wait, hold on, not like that. You know, be willing to use them more, certainly. Hydrate, man. When did that happen? Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna go with more of like a darker. Trying to find a good color for that. Blue? No. Blue isn't quite what I'm looking for. Still a little too blue. Purple? A little bit finer. Yeah, I like that. Trying to add a little bit more variance in the colorization that I use. I want this to be very tassely. I want the like fringes on my poncho to be very tassely. I want to have kind of like a tasseled look to it. There we go. I think that's coming. I think this is coming along much nicer than I expected it to. Okay. Oh, wow. That actually looks quite good. Okay. I'm on to something. I think I'm on to something here. And I'm a very big fan of like utilizing colors that don't seem like you wouldn't expect them to be where they are. Purples like this. It just adds a little bit more flavor or texture to it. Ah! That's my arm. trying to get more wrinkles in there too. Give it a little bit more variance. Also trying to see where my those white patches a little bit more and clear those out a little bit. Squint me eyes. I gotta find where those spots are. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better. The hat's a little flat still. I figured out that. The thing about hats is they are very shiny. That leather. I was on the wrong layer, and I'm just gonna accept it. There's no layers in traditional art, bah! That's better. Yeah, I really like how this has come out so far. This is looking really good. This is looking really, really good, actually. I'm really happy with this. The render is looking pretty nice. Some edges. I like really strong line art, but sometimes I find myself just being like, ah, it would have looked better if it would have been more painterly, probably. Probably. I'm the one who decided to use a pastel, so I have no one but myself to blame. It's fine. I do think I'm getting the right ideas across, at least, like of what I'm going for with this character, and that's what this is all about ultimately, is like how much can I translate, you know? Which I think I'm getting it down. I did clean up his face quite a bit, which has helped a lot. I do think the hat needs to maybe tilt. Oh boy. I say, your art. Hat still's a little weird. Select multiple. Select multiple. Oh, God. That earlier. The way I did this, right? And then I somehow switched layers. What if hold on, everybody. Flip layer. I need to make a folder. Try to make a folder. Come on. There it goes. Let me? No. How did I do that? There was a way that I selected multiple shits, and I don't remember how. Earlier. Earlier I did. Earlier I did select both of these layers. On accident. Here, we're just gonna probably have to do it this way, which will be very silly and stupid, but much more like that, right? Yeah. Oh, it moved the selection too. Stop thinking of shortcuts and just do what works. My brain was like, there's got to be a way to just move that, right? It's like, nope, just do what works. I can't, if I don't know it immediately, I just need to. This. Do what works. Stop thinking about it. Move it down a little bit more. Now I can get back to work. Fixing it. This way. Noted. Noted. Sometimes you just gotta fit. Sometimes you just gotta fit. Stop thinking about it. Gotta make your correction. Make your correction. Move on. Yeah, that works better. Yeah, that works better for that angle. Works a lot better. I find that hats. I struggle a lot with hats sometimes. I think that part of my issue with hats is they're very they're very weird, right? Like to me they don't always make sense. Not always. Sometimes though. Not always. Takes a little bit of effort to try to get it to work exactly the way you want to with hats. For me, like they're weird. Hats are weird. Don't always make sense. Not always. A little bit. Want so much that overpowers it. Ooh, look the way that that looked. Yeah, that looks better with the hat. What I was going for. We're gonna use this. Oops. What I want to do is a little bit more, maybe not necessarily like outlining. Down to 30. A better use of that color. There we go. Exactly. Exactly like that. Some thicker eyebrows. Bit more subtle definition on certain parts there. I think we're going to that. Give him a little bit of an underlip. There. There we go. Features sometimes are difficult for me, I think, because for some reason I either find that I draw certain features a little bit too high or like too low. I don't know. It's sometimes a struggle with me. I don't know what it is. black layer like that. Yeah. Just something like that. That's better. What? I just want more detail work. I haven't decided yet. I feel like this needs a little bit more something. Just a little bit more. Hmm. Funny is I kind of forgot this part. Kind of an important part. Where else am I gonna keep my bullets? I need those. I'm on the wrong layer again. I don't care no more. This is where we go. Okay, fuck it. We're merging it down. We merging it down. This will just save my sanity at this point and allow me to make more corrections. I wanted to try to keep the line layer on its own layer, but obviously I'm not keeping that, it seems. And that's fine. Now I have a little bit more freedom to do some other things. Do that there. Add a little bit more here. And if I really need to, I can go behind, but I don't think I'll. Let me see if I even want to do this. So we're going to try something. A very, very fine eraser. Yeah, I definitely don't want to do it that way. I was thinking about that. I was like, what if I do it lighter that way? But no. Definitely don't want to do it that way. Little bit bigger. little bit bigger, a little bit more definition. Add a layer behind. If I can't get a little bit more back shadow developed. That's interesting. That's how that works? Not what I would expect. Oh, it's at 45. That's why it's so thick. Like, it's also weirdly thick. What the hell? Oh, I figured out why, guys. It was me all along. Ha ha ha. I knew it. What an unprofessional artist. He's working on one layer. I'm crazy, I guess. I don't know. I see some artists, they have so many layers, and I'm like, how do you keep track of all of it? I very much like working on one layer for moments like this where I just give up and I'm like, I'd rather just be messing with the whole thing. I'd rather just be messing with the whole thing than keeping track of all of these layers. You know, so much otherwise. So much more to have to cover and keep aware of. I might make another layer on top or underneath, but I don't think I'm going to be working on too many more layers. It's just too much. I want to build up what I have here right now. Okay. I'm gonna try adding some red. I feel like this is still needing like just some more faded color, maybe. I do really like this hat design I've settled on. It's coming out really good. And this pastel coloration is really, really nice. Like really, really, really nice, honestly. Ooh, that is a shadow. Yeah, I like that. That came out good. Shrink this down a little bit. Not that much. Wait, did you switch my... Why'd you... Oh, that's what keeps happening. Stop switching to that brush. I know what's happening. Hitting the B button too many times. Why? Why? Close that, though. Go away. Go away. Go away. Distracting me. Too distracting. Go away. This is where I get into stuff like this. Oops. God damn it. Every time. I really wanted to have that worked in pastel look. Wrong brush. You keep putting me on that brush, damn it. Stop it. Not even remotely close to the brush I want to use. Not even remotely close to the brush I want to use. Dang it. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. I'm a little yellow. Ain't nobody got perfect teeth. This is the goddamn apocalypse. Ain't nobody got perfect teeth. This is the goddamn apocalypse. Where you getting toothpaste in the middle of the depths of the earth? I usually don't care about stuff like that, but I do think it needed a little bit of color. I do think it needed a little bit of color just to get a little more zip. There we go. Funny is I'm making really good progress, yet at the same time I feel like I'm struggling a little bit. I feel like I'm struggling a little bit, but I think that's partly just because I'm like looking at this and being like, woo, what can I add? What can I make this zing more? Like, I really want to try to improve things about my work to really start pushing it above where I currently am at. And I feel like I'm still like just right on the cusp of actually really being able to zing my art. Now, I need to start something here where I really start. I'm trying to work much better in shades a lot more these days, anyways. Here, first off, I need this to be. Why is. Oh, that's why. God damn it, every time. Every time. Not the one I want to use, damn it. I have at least, like, started trying to use more dynamic lighting layers. It's helped a lot, honestly. I think. And vice versa. Try to do much more darkening. Nice. I need to. Oh, I know what I need to do. Ah, shit. Here. First off, we're gonna click. We're gonna clear that layer. We're going to select. Look at me using my brain. Hmm. It mostly worked. Now, this is the trouble of this program that, as nice as it is, it kind of has some issues regarding. It is not Photoshop. It's not Photoshop, so it's kind of like, general idea, right? This is what I wanted, and it's like, no. I wanted more. But hey, part of. This is part of this process, anyways. And I mean, I need to start utilizing the loop tool anyways more for stuff like this, which I'm about to do. Because I had a thought. I was like, oh, I need to do something different. Shift. Because I'm going to be running in shadows, so I don't want to like. I saw that immediately. I was like, oh, I don't want to go into there, and I was like, oh, duh, use the program to your advantage. We do that, right? Then we go back here. Now I can do stuff like this. Yeah, that's all I wanted. What? Now I can. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. How did I get on that layer, actually? That was not the layer I was supposed to be on. And something I definitely want to get better at is, like, improving my lighting quality. That's something I really want to do. Trying to think. Bigger. Need a bigger. Get bigger. No. Trying to think a little bit better about how I do certain kind of lighters and darkers. Actually think about how light hits things. Dark. Definitely want to add a little bit of backlight to that. More like that. Bit of some of that. I want it to be that washed out. I want the white in there to add a little bit of light, but not that much. And I think I want to go on the back. I want to think about what color I want it to be. What color light is this? And I feel like for the heart, a lot of the color theming would be like kind of reds and pinks and fleshy colors. So a little bit more white. Try. That's fine. Trying to think about this in more consistent colors for light, because light's weird in that it doesn't quite work the way I think it does sometimes. I want this to be faint. I want this to be big. Back glow. Then shadows. A bit more red, maybe. At least I'm thinking about this way differently. And this is already turning into something that at first I thought was very blah. That I think that's something I've learned very recently is part of my issue is I don't go back to something fundamental that even I've been doing for a long time, which is really trying to play with colors in a way to instill a certain kind of effect. I think I sometimes get very stuck. I get very stuck sometimes, I think. Ooh, I like that effect. And really what I'm trying to do is get rid of a lot of this graininess, I think. I also wash the face out a little bit too much. I don't want to go back in and give it a little bit more color. There we go. That's a little bit better. We go finer. Maybe not that fine. I don't know why this is what I settled on. This is my problem, I feel like, is I feel like I get my rendering style is more of a curse in that I like see some artists and they're just like, bam, we do it, and I'm like sitting here like, I gotta get in there. I gotta get in there, which can be both a blessing and a curse, because I think it makes for some really good moments, and then it makes for me feeling like I'm doing a bunch of work that I don't have to do, that I wouldn't see anyone else do. But maybe maybe that's just my process, is doing work that is unnecessary. I think it needs a darker background. I think it needs a darker background, maybe? And I do think that I definitely nailed something with the shadow a little bit better this time. With that last go around. Still want a little bit more definition eyes though. And again, I feel like I need to go back in and like add something to show that like not that his eyes are closed, it's that they're very, very, very nearly closed. I need to figure out how to do that. Just tough. It can be a challenge. It can be a challenge. Figuring that out. Hmm. Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna go back to. We are gonna go back to the pencil tool. Maybe. Maybe. Back to the pencil tool. Do something that I'm notorious for. Go in and refine detail, pencil in some bullshit. I can't help myself. Hey, wait a second. Weren't you going for a different? Weren't you literally saying that you wanted this to be styled after something? Okay. Yeah, but sometimes you just have to see that you don't know how to do it the way you want to. so I really want to get in there and like make it clear that it's not that his eyes are closed. I want there to be just a little bit. What just binged? What just binged? Binging. Why did you make a bing noise? Why did you make a ding noise? What went wrong? What connected? What disconnected? Doesn't look like anything connected. No. That. Just maybe a little bit. Just maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. Not be. But I'm fine with this layer being this layer. I want to give him laughing lines. I think I do actually, just like a detail. I really want to pull this guy's face. Just really want to pull this guy's face, you know? Make it clear that, like, you know, your boy is a bit stretched. Like that. Just like that. Something like that to bevel it a little. Bevel it a little. Yeah, I can't help it. At least I'm learning how to do stuff like that where it just kind of goes a little bit over. To just kind of like add a little bit more character and a little bit more exaggeration. I'm glad I've figured that out a little. I don't know what it is about this design. I find it particularly evocative. I've really I've really enjoyed and kind of taken to heart a lot in it, and I like that about it. That's what I like about working on this particular. Gotten a lot of very good vibe out of it. I feel like certainly more than I was expecting. But man, all that white. I know if I, yeah. Funny is that kind of effect works exactly for what I want it to do. If something works for what you want it to, you might as well do it. That just the way. I'm like a real artist. Almost. I'm getting there. Still got a lot of work to figure out certain things. But I certainly am figuring out something. I figured out something, that's for dang sure. I will say this is something that I'm like always caught between is like I really want to learn how to make cleaner graphics, but I think that a lot of what I am trained myself to do, how I go about my art is very just messy. It's just very messy. Which I kind of am like I like it from my stylistic standpoint and hate it from my like what I want to do with my graphics standpoint. I want cleaner graphics. I really want cleaner graphics. Like I think this works, but I feel like it's both a little overworked and just I want it to be I really wanted to try to make something that was much more just like a clean like almost like asset graphic, but it's not necessarily what I was going for style wise. Which means I might revisit this or maybe I'll take this. Honestly, I'm going to take this and now we're going to try something different. Kind of what's funny is I got everything that I'm throw away your art. Throw away your art. Willing to throw away your art. We're going to go vector. We're going to do line work. Throw away your art. Really? I wanted to make a much more pleasant, like just design, you know? Really, the intent was not to draw it like this. The intent was actually to draw it a different way entirely. Though I'll probably save this like stylized version, this like sketchier version. I would still say that this is just the sketch. Guys, this was the sketch. Guys, this was the sketch. Sometimes that's how it goes. It's you spend all your time drawing what you think you want it to be, and instead all you did sketch. Sometimes it just goes that. Hey, it gave me a lot of good ideas. I want to do with it. But I do want to try to make more like cleaner, nicer graphic art. That's definitely something I want to do. also feel like I just kind of like I just shoved that in there when I didn't really want to hide it. Guys, it was a sketch. Guys, it was a sketch. I don't know. I definitely agree, like, as far as like trying to do stuff like this, like learning to be like, okay, I did what I wanted out of this, but it's not necessarily the style I was wanting to go for. You sometimes just got to be like, well, it wasn't what you were going for. Build on it, but you got to just sometimes be like, I'm going to just do it different. I'm going to do it different. What I planned, because what you planned isn't always what you wanted. What you wanted isn't always what you planned. Sometimes you just got to get to a point with your work where you have to be willing to cut those losses, to be like, I know I put a lot of work into an element of this, but it's not the thing I was wanting to even make necessarily. Hey, still needed to do all that to get to this point. Trust the process. Trust the process, eh? Sometimes you just gotta trust your own process. I did want to do this like I did want to try to do it more Disco Elysium style, and I'm glad that I tried that. Uh, because I think I am gonna like share at least this like kind of more pastel-y like design that I did. I do like this. Like I said, I wasn't really going for that. I was wanting to do something different with it, and at least I recognized that. Being able to recognize that is the first step to realizing that to make the art that you want you want to make, you have to be willing to say, I spent a lot of the time I spent here, I need to take what I got out of it, and now I need to do something different. And now I need to do something different. It wasn't time wasted, but it is what I needed to do this time. Hopefully next time I won't have to do as much like sketching the way that I did. Hopefully next time I'll just be able to do it. I did need to do it. I did need to do it to get to this. Be able to do this line art for certain. Like I said, I do want it to be much more cleaner than I had it. And the kind of pastel look I was going for just was too dirty. It was too dirty. Look at how crummy it all looks. Not really what I was going for. Really want to get those crow's feet in there. Like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Guys, sometimes you just gotta draw a sketch for 3 hours. Or you realize what you want to do with it. This is the process. This is the process. You gotta trust the process. I also have to remember, like, even in comparison to a lot of the work that they do, they spend, and I say they, my point of reference here is the Droffel. The Droff, the boys. I have been watching a lot more Drawfee. I mean, I've been open about that. And I am doing this work on a little bit more of a limitation in a lot of ways. I'm not giving myself as probably much time as I should be. And I am trying to learn how to do a lot of this stuff a lot faster than I did before. The fact that I did this, like, did this whole, like, it's a sketch. It's such a sketch, guys. Look at this sketch. They do this all the time. They'll draw an entire picture and be like, and I didn't like it. Not what they were going for. And I'm gonna try to start envisioning that more because the thing that I do is I shut down. I shut down whenever I get into that mindset. I don't have I still haven't quite developed the confidence to be like, well, it wasn't what I wanted and now I'm just going to do something different or I'm going to start over or do something different. Like I very much was like, and I did it wrong. God. Like I would just get stuck. I would just get stuck. And I don't want to do that anymore, definitely, with my work. I definitely want to be willing to like be like, okay, I put all the work into that and I got what I wanted out of it, but it's not what I wanted, so I need to do something different with it. I mean, you saw me fight with the face for a while, and then I actually got the face to a place that I wanted. I got the hat to a place where I wanted, and now I've like, there's like not that much more that I want to do, so now I really want to make it a nice, pleasant graphic more than anything else. Maybe I'll go back and use those same colors, but I definitely am like, okay, maybe I needed to do this on a vector layer now. I'm glad I switched it to a vector layer. I think this is looking already much better for being on a vector layer. Supposed to be a thumb. Yeah. Guys, this is much better. Because there was something that I just was like, it just wasn't sitting well with me. I don't know why. I was not happy with it. Like, I wanted to make it better than what it was, I guess. And now I feel good. I feel good about this, actually. I feel much better about it. Really just goes to show sometimes you just gotta throw away your art. You just gotta throw away your art. If something ain't working, it's fine. You didn't do something wrong. Even fighting to make something work doesn't mean you did something wrong. Because I still wouldn't have been able to get to this point, which I think this is already a much more pleasant thing to me to look at. If I hadn't spent all that time practicing and tooling all of the parts before, or it wasn't really working. You know? Here we go. That looks much better. For especially the graphic that I was really wanting to go for. Because as much as I wanted to emulate that Disco Elysium kind of like paneling, make it more stylized, I think that honestly I need to just be like, no, 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 no. Make graphics that you know will look good. And a more comic-y, manga-y style might be better for me. Might be better for me, you know? In the way that this looks already. I think this looks 1,000 times better. Yeah, that's... Oh my god! Holy shit! Okay, guys. Learned a lesson here today. I've learned a lesson here today. Learned a lesson here today! Throw away your art! Oh my god! This looks so much better. I've had my Eureka! I've gotten it. I've gotten my Eureka. I've needed this. And I appreciate everybody earlier being like, you know, oh, this looks really good. And now I'm at a point that I'm like, yes, this is what I was wanting. This is what I was wanting. You gotta fight for your Eureka sometimes. Finding the Eureka. Finding one's Eureka is an important and personal experience, even if it is for the funnies. Finding one's Eureka is important for art. My art. Yeah, this is way better than what I was doing before. 100% this is 1,000 times better than what I was doing before. Without a doubt. Holy crap. I mean, this is what I am. One of the things I'm the most interested in is doing character design a lot, doing a lot of character design. That's something I'm really interested in deeply. So I'm glad I could get such a strong. I feel like this is such a strong start, right? Like I feel like this is where I go. I think I've got it, right? Like moving forward in as far as like how I decide to do this, how I decide to do any of my future pieces. I think I just need to have the most labor intensive sketch day I can. Maybe. That might be something I do for a while. When I do my sketch, I have to remember it's to just try as many things as possible. And then I have a lining day like this because holy hell, this looked good. This looks so much better than I expected it to. Just to like, yeah, that came out really good. That came out really good. Try to get some of those ripples though. Want some creases here. Like that. Maybe? More like that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Like, it does go behind, but not quite the way I thought it did. Damn. Damn. Here's the real question. What do we got? Outline. Oh no, that's like a in bitter basic. I'm gonna have to look up some packs. There's some one thing I want to try that I've seen is I want to try there is aha, halftones. I really want to try out some halftones too. Like I saw somebody using one and I was like, oh, okay, I need to try that. Okay, I need to try that. Why is it so big? It has no taper seemingly? Ooh, okay. Huh. Guys, I'm learning. Guys, we're learning. I've never used halftones, by the way. This is new to me. I've never used this before. My understanding is yep, it does not overlap. That's so nice. That's cool. Yeah. Yep, I like that. Just out of curiosity. Let's look. We're gonna use a different halftone. Now I'm gonna use a different halftone. Skin. Nope. Actually. Dark. Dark. Ooh. I like this for skin. Go down. Down. Hold on. Maybe not. Halftone 2, I definitely nailed it, I feel like. Like, that's exactly what I was looking for the beard. I want this halftone to not be as intense. Because really, I need it to go. What if I lighten it? Half. Interesting. Interesting how that works. Boy, this thing does not like. My computer does not like halftones, though. Huh. This. I mean, I probably need to make it the other halftone. Halftone 2. No. Halftone was it? It wasn't halftone 2. Was it halftone 3? Halftone 3 is just so, yeah, so good. Try this. Magic wand. Ah! Didn't work. Oh. Yeah. We'll just go with a consistent. We'll go with a consistent halftone for now. Oh, man. My computer does not like me using those halftones, though. It really doesn't. This is how it happens, folks. This is you just gotta try things sometimes. You gotta be like, screw it. You know? For works works. Worry about doing it 100% correct. So smoothing, no. Well, no, I don't want smoothing. I want a taper on it. Why can't I taper it? That's paint inside. I don't care about that. Kind of worked. Really wanted to taper, damn it. I really wanted to taper, damn it. And pressure. Here we go. There. What I was wanting. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, there we go. This is like real art. Now I'm like doing real art. Yeah, we will do this. The artistic style. The artistic way where I actually go in and I very carefully think about how I want the highlight to hit the hair instead of just dribbling it in like somebody who would be good at art. I have to do it very meticulously. Yeah, this looks quite good. That's just fun. I don't even know if I want to keep that, but it looks good. Maybe I will keep it. That's what I'm saying, man. I got way too in my head about that other piece and being like, man, it's not exactly coming out how I wanted. And sometimes you just have to be willing to be like, I got to do something different with it. I got to take it in a new direction. This isn't the direction that's working. Finding out that your direction isn't working doesn't mean you did something wrong. Finding a direction that works is what's important. As long as you get to that realization, it's more important that you don't let yourself get caught and stuck on something that isn't working if it's not working. You gotta just do something different. I think ultimately that was the right fucking call. This looks so much better. I'll still have that other piece, like I'll still share the sketch, but I think this came out much better. This is actually really good. Because believe it or not, guys, I want to be able to use this for Friday. I want it to look really good. And that's something to be said about art graphics versus presentation graphics. There is something to be said about illustration where something that looks good to look at versus something that looks artistic are not always the same thing, believe it or not. You know? Like, I would say that this is much more readable, it's much more clean, but it looks just much more pleasant from like a like visual aesthetic direction. That's so nice. Holy crap. This is like night and day to me. To me, I'm like, this looks fine. Like, this looks fine, but like, I really want to get out of this. I feel like for a long time I've been in this very like stuck in this kind of style of like trying to make something work and it's not working, and knowing better of like the things that I've seen now that I know what works. I know what works now, and it's this for me. Like if I want something to be much more punchy, poppy. But I still had to do that first sketch. I still had to do that first sketch. The fact that I did this all in one day is still good for me. I would say this is not typical. Not even a little bit. Rafi, this is your fault. I figured out how to draw. I blame you. This is Drawfee's fault. They finally taught me how to draw art good. You jerks. This is your fault. Look at what you've unleashed. Another artist upon the world to clutter with more BS. This is your fault. I don't take responsibility for this. I think the people who inspire me take all the responsibility. It's not. If it was my fault that I was able to do something like this, then I would take responsibility for it. But I wouldn't have done something like this if I hadn't been watching them. I hadn't. I wouldn't. I'd probably still be on that other sketch, fighting it, trying to figure out why it's not working. Instead of taking what I learned from it, what was good about it, and then applying it to something else. That did work. And boy, Chuck's Howdy did this work so much better. It really did. Ain't that just the creative process? I gotta remember that sketches are what they are. Sketches. They are there to help you get down your base, to get you a sense of what you want to go for. You have to let a medium really. You gotta really let your medium speak for itself over the sketch. You gotta find a medium that works, too. If a medium isn't working, try something different. Don't get stuck. Just don't get stuck. Great. We're gonna start doing. We got these colors, right? Start with that blue. This blue, or like half-ish. We're gonna start blocking in some colors. Actually, what am I doing? I know how to do this. So we're gonna do this here, right? Perfect. Making a mistake only matters if you don't learn from it. I made a mistake on how I decided to approach this. And I went, wait a second. I should be doing this differently. And boy, am I glad that I finally have learned that lesson. And then next time I need to do it faster. And then next time I need to do it faster. I will say this might be like just as far as like just making a piece, hands down, probably one of my best pieces I've done. Holy moly. It really is astounding. I cannot I cannot really explain the emotions I'm experiencing right now because this isn't my normal art. Who is this? Who made this? This isn't me. This isn't me. Nothing I make is ever this good. I've never made something this good. Your boy is learning, internalizing his own ways, doing artwork. And this is good for me because this will really apply to things like my animation. This is the exact kind of stuff I need to be learning to be able to do more animation because this is the kind of art style that I'm going to be going for. So, heck yeah. Fuck yes. Holy hell. I did it. I did it. I got good at art. Took so long. Why did it take so long? Ooh. Again, I just gotta do. I need to do that more. I need to block something out. I need to use the selector tool more, I think. We're gonna up the opacity a little bit to give it a little bit more saturation. I just don't want it to be overpowering. Yeah, something more like that. It's fine. Guys, I can calm down, I swear. I'm gonna calm down eventually, I swear. I just... This doesn't look like my art. This doesn't look like my art. I'm not lying. It doesn't look like something I would make. When did this happen? Fuck. Luther, you look fucking good. Yellow band. Hold on. We're doing this. I'm gonna be smart. What we do here. Let's just try this first. Okay, that didn't work. I have a hole somewhere. So we're gonna do lasso or paint selection. No, I don't want to do paint selection either. So what I see them do is they take the lasso. Lasso, where we want to color. My vector. I need to do that more. That's what I thought. I'm mainly just doing this to block in colors to see how it would look. I really like how it would look. I really like how this looks. Oh, damn. I feel like that was non-stop, by the way. I was like, I'm gonna take a minute to, like, actually eat any of the food I have sitting next to me, so that way I'm not withering away like a plant in the sun. Do not want the boy to wither. Do not want him to wither. Let me into my... Let me into my sausage. And sometimes self-sealing packages, I swear, they more often than not just break on me. I don't know why. Doesn't matter. Yeah, they're sealed too tightly or they are missing something. Give me a moment to just kind of sit here and, like, look at what I've done. Cause it's something, man. I figured it out, everybody. I won't tell you how I did. I can't tell you that. All I can tell you is this. Be willing to try to do it different. Are we doing flip no animations? Not really. This is actually this is character art for our tabletop game. This is character art. This is my character. This is Luther Boxton. This is the portrait that I'm drawing for him for the game. And hey, Moat, I don't know where this came from. This doesn't feel like art that I would draw. Like, really, genuinely. This does not feel like something I would make. I don't know how I did this, because, like, this is where we were at, like, an hour ago? This is where we were at an hour ago. Like, this feels like art that I would make. This feels like art that I would make, but I just wasn't happy with it. I just wasn't happy with it. And what we ended up with is this. And this is so much better. This is so much better, in my opinion. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I figured it out. I figured out how to do it. I'm a real artist. Mm-hmm. Fair. I mean, like, I was watching some artists. I've been watching some artists recently. Everybody, this is my plug for Drawfee, because really this is partly Drawfee's fault. I saw them using these mid-tone brushes. I was like, oh my god, that does look really good. Why have I never thought to use one of those? And I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna try mid-tone. And holy shit, it looks so good. It looks so good. Oh, I love Keke. Don't worry, I love Keke animations. Keke animations are great. I love Keke Flipnote. She's great. He, I actually don't know. Keke's great though. Keke's awesome. Keke definitely is one of my inspirations for my animation side. I will admit that. Like I always assume that Keke is a girl. Something about it invokes a very feminine artist, but you don't have to be a. Keke is Keke. Um, they have a very good art style. I like their art style a lot. And yeah, I just it looks good. It just looks really good. That's all I gotta say about it. You know what? I will make it that color. Right now, I'm just kind of blocking in. This is something I'm not very good at. Not very good at using this loop tool this way yet. This is something I'm trying to practice more. I see them use it a lot. I see this used a lot, and I can see why, because now I can do this. Like, I don't have to think as much. I don't have to think as much. If I focus on just making the outline, and then I can just... I can just... Very nice. And then if I have to clean it up, I can clean it up precisely, but I didn't need to clean that up there. But it allows me to, not color over things I don't need to color, so... Now I can do stuff like this. Yeah. I think I'll do that. I want it to go... Question. Test. No, I don't want it to go under. Definitely want it to be separated out a little bit. It looks so good. I don't know, man. I don't know where this came from, but I like it. Like I said, it feels unlike anything. It doesn't feel like something I would have drawn. This doesn't feel like art that I would have done up until this point, right? Like, I feel like whilst I always felt really good and confident that I could make decent art, I feel like I sometimes would flounder and like get into those parts with the start of this, one where I was like, I know what I want to go for, but this isn't really working. And just something about this like was like a complete 180 like on how I felt about it, because it went from feeling like I really really feel like this isn't working to, oh my god, this is 100% working. Uh-huh. Oh, now you're good. I still appreciate it, Moat. Hey, if you can chat, you can chat. If you can't, you can't. These are really intended to be just kind of like a mixture between, can you join and chat? Are you here for the VOD? If you just want to chill out and listen to me kind of ramble while I try ever so hard to do things like improve my art, to which you guys are, this is a landmark. This is a landmark in my art. Like, I think this is some of the best work I've ever done. And I've said that almost every single time I feel like I've sat down and drawn, which is a great thing. I think I haven't quite hit my era of getting stuck, which I'm dreading. I'm sure that'll happen to me, like every artist, where you'll be like, okay, now that I've done this for a while, the fuck do I do with myself? I mean, I've gone in and out of that, but I feel like every time I get in those slumps, I get a moment like this where I'm like, I can be good at art. Yeah, finally. You know, sometimes you just gotta stick yourself through the rough patches. You gotta just stick it out through them. I do really like that halftone shade, by the way. It looks really good. I feel like I've gone what I really should have been doing, which is going for a manga style. I should have been going for a manga style from the start. Have I read Voynich Hotel? I have not. I have not heard of it. I have no idea what that is. Here's what we're gonna do. We're now gonna go black, but we're gonna go lighter. Actually, I don't need to. We should go black. Yeah. Character has black hair. What is it? I've never heard of it. What is it? Mainly the blocking here again is more of like just a affirmation and proof of concept to myself that I got the right idea of what I wanted to do with this. Hell yes, I did. Manga series of 3 books, a mixture of Western and Eastern. Gomon Simon style is one of your favorites. Okay. What's it about? I'm not. I need to. I really. What's funny is I'm like, I need to do more of a manga style. Manga really isn't really. I don't really read that much manga. I've only read Chainsaw Man and a decent amount of Yotsubato. That's about all I've actually read as far as manga is concerned. No reason. I'm just bad at reading. Oh, that is how that works. Okay. See, I like this lasso tool for that. The fact that I can pick up is nice. On a war-ravaged island, the Voynich Hotel is from your run-of-the-mill vacation destination, but it's not such a bad place to lie down for an ex-Yakuza who's on the run from his so-called family. As he settles into the weird new life, darkly comedic manga winds through the plots, both nefarious and romantic, delving even deeper into the island's witchy and sometimes demonic strangeness. Oh. Huh. Remember. I think my computer is lighting itself on fire right now. I'm not even sure why my computer is lighting itself on fire right now, but it definitely is. I don't think this is the pen. This feels like my computer being like, "What have you done?" Thing. Also, this. I don't even know what this is from. I kind of want to know because it's just like from B Band, play its pinball. It's definitely not. Very much definitely not just Tank from Cowboy Bebop. It's very funny, honestly. It's like not even subtle. I think this is what people think of when they're like, we've got X at home. Kills me is the musical like level of it is actually still quite good. Part of me almost wants to be like, did this get like did they ever like look this up and be like, hey, wait a second. Did Yoko Kanno ever walk to their house and be like, hey, cut this out? It's just so it feels so blatant to me. Like it's not subtle at all. I guess if it's B band, but unless it's like a Cowboy Bebop themed game, but I don't think it is. Maybe they had a Cowboy Bebop themed pinball table. It's absolutely just Tank, but not Tank. Kills me every time I hear it on this. Because it also still goes fucking hard, but that's just because Tank's a good ass song. You're gonna steal something good and make it bad, you would really be making a mistake now, wouldn't you? How could you mess it up if it was already good? Thank you, Hydrate Bot. Thank you, Hydrate Bot. Who for? still think just leave that the way that I have it. Boy just got thick eyebrows, I guess. Eyelashes. I meant eyelashes. Just a little thicker. So this plays back to my expertise with contour line art, because contour line art is something that I've always been told that I have a very good eye for, and I don't know why. I've just been doing manga. Damn it. Manga animation, something that uses a lot of line work. I should be doing illustration. Shit! I mean, it is what I do, but like, this is both a bit of very good proof of concept for me for something that I'm rolling around in my head of how I want to be doing certain kinds of character art in the future, and just good for tabletop game, because I think this is exactly the kind of thing I was wanting to make. Is something that could be used and looked at. Damn, I'm gonna be putting this. I'm gonna be like Sean. I'm putting this on screen. Sean, I'm putting this on screen. Yeah, he looks really good. He looks so much better than he did earlier. Like night and day. Very good. God damn. I think part of it is I do like really clean. I personally like very clean graphics. I really do. Um, you know. So like this actually really makes sense why I'm like I want it to look less messy. Want it to look less messy. It's just something I like. There we go. And you have to remember that I've been sitting here the whole time holding this smile. Canary draws too slow and my face is getting tight. Can you imagine this voice coming out of this face? Can you hear it? Is it good? Is it bad? I don't give a shit. I do feel like I really nailed it on the head, though. Holy moly. What was holding me back? No longer holding me back. That's good. That's great, man. Like I said, you just sometimes have those moments where you're like, I don't know why I can't figure this out. And then you just have that moment of Eureka where you go, that's what I was doing wrong the whole time. Ah, art is hard. Just gotta do something wrong sometimes for a while before you figure out, oh, that's what I was doing wrong. And honestly, like, this is so much better for it, too, I think. 8,000%. Actually, no. Here. Up like that. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just do up like that. Who knows? If it makes sense, it don't make sense. Does it make sense? I don't care if it makes sense. Sometimes you gotta be like, I don't care if it makes sense. I also think as far as my like kind of like inking goes, this is like the cleanest I've inked. Like without having to do much fixing either. I feel like this is one of my cleanest inks. Cleanest line art. Yeah. That's so pleasant. I like that. God damn. A little bit more color. Yeah, that seems about right. Actually. Yeah. That's about what I want it to be. What does full color look like? Not bad, actually. I like that reddish brown I kind of settled on for the gloves and the hat too. That came out really good. What's funny is that wasn't originally what it was supposed to be, right? was like, why is it not? Why, it's because tiny. Because it's tiny. It's because it's tiny. That's probably one where I should loop it, but eh. And then I don't want to touch the medallion yet. But I should. I don't want to, but I should at least. There we go. Yeah, I'm getting much better at that too. Something like that. Show that it's got a little bit of sheen to it. Dude, this picture came out so much better than I expected it to, guys. I cannot overstate how much better this came out than I was expecting it to. God damn. It genuinely looks so much better than I anticipated it to. It's not done, but I just wasn't expecting something this good. I wasn't expecting to make something this good. I knew I wanted to like kind of like push myself, don't get me wrong, but not expecting this. Let me see if I can do this. So what we're gonna do, magic. Nope. Only. If only it was that easy. Here, hold on. Alright. Oops. This is a really stupid thing I gotta do. Make sure that I don't mess something up. Is that actually white? Think so? I think that was actually white. I just need to do that everywhere that this is. Oh. Like, what the hell? And then I think what I want to do is just make a simple background that's going to be just kind of a placeholder because this is so fucking... This is so white, it's making me blind. Very... Try this. Pixel. Huh. It's causing those, but interesting. Oh, let me try flat. Oh, that might be it. Flatten it. I need to flatten this. Flatten. What? Oh. Merge down. There you go. Good. Interesting how that works, but at least full color, I think that looks good. That looks good. So just like, I just really like the line art. I think the line art looks quite nice. I'll have to probably work on that a little bit. Oops. That there. Want this. Interesting. I'll have to handle that in an interesting way, I think. Hmm. Well, do one thing right, do one thing wrong. That's usually how I operate. Eh. Definitely like this a lot better. I definitely like this a lot better. Just thinking. I'm just thinking where to take this. Funny is I really like the way that that looks. Like, I just really like the way the line art works, almost. Looks a little bit better in my opinion. Just really like nice line art, I think. There we go. Much better. Oh, what the hell? How'd that happen? I was like, why can't I erase that? That's why. Because it's not even on the same layer. What the hell? Nope. There we go. There's always three parts of a crow's foot. There's three toes to a crow's foot. Yeah, I'm really happy how this came out. God damn. I say goddamn. This. How does that look? Nah, too much. Too much. The answer, too much. The answer, too much. Not happy with that. Don't feel it. I'm not feeling it. I think we will do just like a couple light lines. Just like beveled. Embossed. I think that's the term I'm looking for. Is it embossed? Think? I don't actually know the terminology. I think the terminology is embossed. Ooh. Yeah, that looks good. Really what I want to be able to do is get in there and show that it's like that the letters and words are etched in, so and I like can't tell if this is my pen or not. I think it was. I can't tell actually. Vector, save me. Ah. Here's what I did. Here's actually what I did. I would just do this. And I went back in with an eraser and erased it. I'm gonna try that again. Try to get the like beveled look. Carter! Carter! Ran out of space. That there. Does not help that this is at a weird angle. Yeah, Carter. Dirty turd. Dirty dirt. That'll work. Then we go in with ultrafine. God damn it. How do I... God damn it. Go back. How do I get rid of this? I'll just do this. Done. We delete this. Merge that down. So I really want this to look like it's on a beveled edge. It looked really good doing it that way. Well, it looked alright. It looked really good. It looked alright. There. Try that. And we'll undo this. Yeah. Alright. Every time. Every time. That's what I want. No, it's not what I want. That's the pink I want. Wait, no, that's the pink I want. Okay. Getting better at this, at least. I have never used the lasso tool so much in my gosh damn life. Look at me using real shit. Using real shit. This, right? This. Then I go back. Go white. There we go. Oh my god. Wearing me out. Just squirted grape juice all over my goddamn screen. That was a juicy grape. Ejected. It ejected. I think it's better, but the render is going to have to be the thing that takes the most time. I think this looks better, actually. Like, I'm really happy how this looks. Like, this is unbelievable how good this halftone really looks. I was not expecting it to work that well. Guess there's a reason why they use it. Guess there's a reason why they use it. I thought it was just silly. Oops. It's supposed to be made it blue. Make it black. Looks so good, man. I really was not expecting it to work that well. Apparently the midtones are what I've been needing. Didn't even know it. God, I feel like that looks so good. I love it. Didn't know I was capable of this. Really didn't. I didn't know what I was capable of, okay? Didn't know it was this. I didn't know it was this. For damn sure. Yeah, I just, man, not expecting this to turn out that good. Don't I feel like a fool for not having worked on that comic book more? Ha 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 ha. But hey, this at least shows me that if I really wanted to go into comic booking, I probably could if I wanted to. I don't know if comic booking is my thing. I don't have as much of invested like interest like even between this but between classic comic booking and manga. I just don't really read manga. Yeah, and much more of my interest is in the animation style, like animation side of things, but knowing how to do this is very good for illustration. It's like, holy crap. This does feel like something that you would see in just like in a comic. It's an actual comic. I didn't even realize the midtones was like kind of something I've been missing from my art a lot. Like I love this brush. This brush feels so good to use. It's really good for clothes too. I did not realize that. And it just works. It just works. This is something that I feel like I've needed for my art is I feel like I, a lot of times make my art feel a little flat sometimes. Just needed something simple like this to add a little bit more depth to it. Once again, I've never used midtones like this before. This is my literal first time ever using midtones. Like, I've never used this before. I've never done this before. This is absolutely new to me. I've never utilized this kind of stuff. Boy, I'm so glad I saw that and was like, I gotta try that out, because apparently I've been missing out. Holy shit. It's because I like stippling, I think. I think this partly comes from stippling. And remember, everybody, when I say I like stippling the style. Doing stippling feels like you're losing your mind. I don't like stippling. But I like how it comes out so much that I'm like, I can't help but do it. This is like... This is something else, man. It's like a very different thing, right? Because it's also not stippling. That's... If it was just stippling, it would be different. But it's not. It very much isn't. Really need to lighten that. The hair is too dark. Hair and beard are too dark. Figure out how to fix that. I think that's part of what it is they're too dark. Yeah, put it on 69. Out we do. Go over it with that. It will look lighter. Final color be darker. clean up the edges later. Just gotta select this so that way. Hey, Gerg. Gerg. Fine, it'll be its own stuff. And honestly, that'll be probably faster on its own. I'll go back over it with a white, I think. But I definitely want this to be lighter. I think it's too dark. Then maybe the beard is a little bit darker. Oh no, I made him old. There we go, that's more like it. There, that for now. Oh. Actually, let's see how this looks with the shading. Looks better. Still trying to decide if I like it better or worse. Yeah, more of this darkness, actually. There we go. Much rather that. I would much rather that. Little better. Little better. Little bit better, one step at a time. That's what matters, is it's a little better, one step at a time. Ugh. I even want it to be white. I don't know. Let's see. Pink. I might not even have that color anymore. I was like, I feel like I had a different color. This? Oh, that's the color it was using for. I had a feeling. I was like, that doesn't seem the right color. It was not the color I intended it to be. There we go. Interesting. Ugh. I don't know why, that hurts my eyes. Apparently colors are just not working for me today, but that's fine. I could just turn them off for now. Now I have that, and honestly, that looks really good. That still looks so goddamn good. I'm so happy with how this came out. It doesn't matter how the colors came out if this just looks good, because God, it looks good. I am so happy with how this part came out. Like, so much more of this went better as soon as I just went, screw it. Sketch is what the sketch is. Perfect timing. I think we'll call it here. Let me go ahead and do my thing. Wow, the time sure did fly though. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I'll do this on Mondays more. I think I'll do this on more Mondays. Oh boy. Hopefully my screen will be fixed, because I'm going to give him a call after this and be like, hey, you fix my screen yet, please? I really need it. It just would be much nicer to not have to literally snap it back in place to try to get it to work again, because it just sometimes stops. Nice to just have it working. Come on. There it goes. Not help that the... Oh no, it isn't my pen. It is definitely just my computer being like, release me. You've put me through so much today. And I'm like, nah, I haven't. This ain't nothing, buddy. This ain't nothing, buddy, and you know it. But I'm really happy with how I was able to get this to come out today. I really am happy with it. Hey, Brad, this isn't Nichijou. You're right. It's not Nichijou. It's Lucky Star. There is a cowboy in Lucky Star, but I won't explain how. It is a very stupid bit. It's a very good bit, though. I like it. Welcome. You made it just to the very end. I will be working on this more, but holy moly. It's not quite finished. I think I'll make a colored version, but I think this right here, the lion version, is done. It looks so good. But it could be Nichijou, you're right. There we go. Put that there, maybe make it a little bit bigger. I think that lettering is good for that too. That's like real art. I made real art today, guys. I did it. Honestly, with the color, it looks good. I think it does look good. It needs more. I need to do more midtones and other stuff, but it looks good with the color too. But I think right now it looks better black and white. It looks so good black and white. I'm gonna try one more thing. I think I'm gonna make this actually more like a yellow. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. I'm a big fan of doing this kind of thing. Okay, that's perfect. I've really gotten into opacity sliders like this. That looks really good. That looks really, really good. Anything I can do to adjust it in the minutia to get it exactly where you need it, I've learned I need to do that more. Because not only have I seen others use it, I know I can do that too, and I know how. But oh man, I'm so happy with how this came out. I guess I should do one more thing. Add one more layer. And I think I'm gonna do 15. No, 20. God damn it! I put the B wrong. I'm not gonna run out. I'm gonna run out of space, but that's fine because now I do that. Shrink it. Put it side. We kiltered a little bit. How would he? I'm trying to think how he would do that. So like it's signed like that, right? And that's done. Hurt a little. Yeah, there we go. I'm a weirdo who likes cursive, okay? Yeah, I think we'll put it up. Some of the things I want to do with it, we want to. Ooh, that's neat. That ain't nothing. None of these do anything because it has none of the things. The only thing it did it was color burn. I don't know why it made it red, but it kind of like works, and I like it. It doesn't make sense, but I like it. I don't know what made it red, but I'll take it. I almost kind of like that it's like signed in red like that. It really fits it. Like he is just got a big red marker. I like that. I like that. It also fits the aesthetic with it being, I think that's because of the background. Is it because of the background? Oh no. Huh? 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 Okay, we'll keep it. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. That came out so good. I don't know why it works the way that it did, but... Alright. I think that's it, guys. There's not really anything else I want to do. Let me eat this pepper. Huh. See, that's kind of interesting because now if I put it up here... Huh. That is not at all how I expected that to work. He wrote over his own face. Huh. So weird. That's like kind of what I was going for, but not really. I'm just gonna test something. What if I just do this way? How bad does this look? Does this look like anything? I mean, it'll look great. I don't think it looks good. That. Do that. I want. Oh, that's so weird. Why did it do that? The alternative is like putting it like drawn over his own face. Yeah, I do think I go with something like that. I do think I go with something like that. Like signed at the bottom. I like that. Alright. I'm done. I'm done. I think that's about as far as I'm gonna get. So, on that note, thank you for joining, everybody. Before we go, let's generate one more picture. Let's generate one more picture. Let's generate one more picture. I always generate a picture at the end of the stream that you guys can get involved in if you wish. So if you're out there, you're just silent, listening. We're at the end of the stream. If you want to add anything to this picture, feel free to speak up. You're not required to, though. I can be a big boy and do this on my own. And get us something to start with the prompt would be Luther Boxton sitting. Luther Boxton sitting. Let's do that for now. I have an idea of what to finish it with, but if anybody else wants to say anything, I'll give you like a minute or so. Wow. Just wow. This exceeded my expectations for what I was going to achieve today. This exceeded my expectations a lot for what I was going to accomplish today. But Luther Boxton sitting as still as he can, whilst his portrait is drawn over the course of 10 hours without a break. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and let that cook. So stick around for that. I also do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid after every stream, so that way the daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Does everybody else out there make sure to go Lock your doors and windows because unlock your doors and windows because it's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. Also, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people are talking about the stream, and I encourage you guys to do it more. It's super rad and awesome that you guys are doing that, and that more people are getting involved. So if you like the stream, tell people about it. And if you don't like the stream, tell people about it. What's the worst that happens? That people come and check it out and go, wow, he was right, or wow, I don't know what that guy was talking about. This guy's great. Hope it's the latter. Please be the latter. If you're one of my haters, the worst thing you could do is not talk about me. Nah, but you guys are great. Thank you everyone for joining. I hope you had a good time. And as always, a huge thank you to Mo Shrimp and all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you could get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. I need to type it out. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to mods who do a wonderful job of holding back the robot army and preventing becoming famous. And thank you everybody for joining. I feel real good. I feel really good. Goddamn. Today came out really good. So, go check out the rest of my friends in Goblin Entertainment. You can find the rest of their channels here, and everything that they've done and have been up to. You can find it all in there. And you can find the rest of my stuff on my own link tree here. That link tree has everything that I do and everything that I'm up to, such as a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, and a SoundCloud for my music. So go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. Alright. Stick around. We will be reading to someone. We will be reading to someone. We'll be going to some... Oh, we've got to go to Prin. I think she'd like to see the things that I have committed. So, we'll head over to Printers. She's another VTuber. She's playing more Phantom Brave, which seems like a pretty rad game. Everybody go say hi to her and be nice. Otherwise, have a good evening. Afternoon. Take it easy. We'll be back later. We'll be back later. Aww, what do you mean? I don't know. Without... What do you mean? God damn it. God damn it. You didn't like Break? Did you not like Break? I don't think it liked Break, guys. Please say it was just Break. I think it was just Break, but... Why? Ooh, I don't know. What it doesn't like. How about just Luther? Is it Boxton? You don't like Boxton? Is it Luther? You don't like Luther? Oh man, I'm not gonna have time for this. See, I hate when the AI generator is like, no, I can't do that. I'm like, why? You gotta tell me that you can't do it right off the bat, guys. You don't like the word Boxton? Why don't you like... No, you do... No. I don't know. What the hell?